All right. Seeing that we have a quorum and that we've reached the appointed hour, welcome to the November 13th meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors. Before we begin, let's take a moment to review the ground rules for our discussion and debate. Each director can briefly speak up to 2 times on any motion, but that is only after everyone else has had a chance to speak once. I ask that everyone take this seriously, as it will help us keep things moving while ensuring everyone gets the opportunity to speak. Please keep your comments focused on the issue we're discussing. Personal attacks, interruptions, and long statements are neither necessary nor acceptable and will not be tolerated by the chair. Also, please direct all remarks to the chair. No side conversations, please, nor audible side commentary. If you'd like to speak, please wait to be recognized. In the interest of keeping our meeting on track, if rules are broken, I will intervene as soon as possible or as soon as the infraction has been brought to my attention. Let's get to work. All right, first item on the agenda, well, second item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the agenda as it appears in our materials with one change. The HR manual discussion, we have that also on follow-up for next month, so I'm going to move to remove that from tonight's agenda. There are some comments that need to have further follow-up between ourselves, myself, and Director Juszak and our HR person, and I would strike that item. And then after the quarterly update item, I would add in a discussion of RELAC.
So just for clarity, for item I, you would like to replace the HR manual discussion with the RELAC discussion?
I want to put the RELAC discussion before the budget discussion, Mr. President.
Okay, so you'd like to move that between quarterly secretary update and the budget draft?
Just so.
Okay, thank you.
I'd ask unanimous consent.
Is there objection? There's objection? Yeah.
I'll move it. I'll move the agenda as
moved.
described.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Is there discussion?
Mr. President, I'd like to get some clarification as to why we should move the HR manual, remove this HR manual.
Speaking to the question,
Please.
there are 12 different comments that have been made that need to be further explored. I don't want to make 12 motions tonight, and so I think if given some time, we can probably either reduce or eliminate them between now and the December meeting.
All right. Dr. Santa?
Ask a question of staff.
Of course.
Thank you, Brittany. Ashley, does this impact you in any way, shape, or form?
Deferring to December would not impact the adoption that we would hope to meet the January 1st deadline. However, staff does believe that the copy that the board has in front of them is our best work and is adoptable as is.
All right. I think we're good, Ashley. Thank you. Further comments or questions? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2, 3. Anyone online who's in favor? Hearing none. Okay. That's 3 in favor. Against?
4.
I'm sorry, who's the?
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, the 3.
Oh, you raised your hands.
No, I'm just waving my pen about. And then against. 1, 2. 2 against. And then abstaining. 1, 2, 3.
Abstain.
4. So 3, 2, 4. The motion does not carry. All right. So we still have to approve the agenda. Oh, sorry.
Yes, I'd like to move that we insert RELAC as a subject matter after item G.
Motion's made. Is there a second?
Second.
After item G. Motion's made and seconded. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
6 in favor, against? 1 against, and abstaining. Director Mullinex? I'm sorry? Yeah,
I think he's frozen.
if he's not frozen, he's very still.
Tomato, tomato.
If we can text him and let him know that he's frozen, that'd be great. Okay, so as it stands, we've got 6, what was it, 6-1-2? 6-1-2. Okay. So that is going to be the new item H, I believe. It's after the quarterly secretary update, right, everyone?
Sorry?
The RELAC is after the quarterly secretary update?
Yes.
Okay.
Did Director Lanza just join, or was he here for that motion?
He's been here for the whole thing.
His vote doesn't count because he didn't vote, in my opinion, but
So you're counting,
I voted for the motion.
I'm counting him among the 6. I think if we're off one, it's Director Mullinex, and I think he was abstaining.
I don't think he counts as part of quorum.
he doesn't count as part of quorum?
Well, we don't know if he's actually there.
No, he's there. He's moving now.
Is he?
Apologies, I had a technical issue on that.
Yep. Were you able to weigh in on the last motion, adding RELAC as after the quarterly secretary update to the agenda?
I did not hear the motion. Apologies.
The motion was to add RELAC after the quarterly secretary update.
Oh, okay. I'm fine. I'm fine with it. I'll vote in favor of that.
Okay. So 7 in favor. Okay, so that takes care of the agenda. Moving on to
Do we
items.
still need to then technically approve the agenda? Because all we've done
No, I
is
thought
add.
we were just, I thought that was the agenda plus this.
Okay, is that what, or what, I just want to clarify, because I didn't hear that.
I heard vote to include it on the agenda, I did not hear approval.
Okay, then, thank you very much.
As
With the
amended.
change that's been made to the agenda, is there any objection to the current agenda? Seeing none? Up, Director Jessup has one. So is there a motion to accept the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as amended by Director Fleshman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Other comments? Seeing no comments, all in favor?
Aye.
5, 6, 7. In favor and against? 2 against. All right. Moving on to member comments. Brittany, do we have anyone who has signed up?
We do not have anyone signed up this evening, but if there's anyone online this evening who would like to make a member comment, please send us a message in the chat or raise your hand. Don't see
No
anyone.
one? Okay, no takers tonight. We will move on to the consent calendar. We've got 2 items on the consent calendar tonight. The minutes for the public budget hearing and for our regular meeting both on October 23rd of 2025. Can we get those without objection?
So moved.
I see no objection. It's accepted. Thank you. On to volunteer interviews. We've got 3 people here.
Yes, we have Mr. Pardo for the DRB. Please come to the podium.
Hello.
Mr. Pardo, welcome very much. Welcome
Thank you.
to the board meeting. Thank you very much for coming out and for taking the opportunity to volunteer with DRB.
You're
We
welcome.
all appreciate that. If you'd like to take a few moments to tell us about yourself, we would be fine.
Yeah, I don't have a speech written, but I can say that I grew up in Reston. I've been here since 1981. And I come from a background of architects. My father was an architect, and many others in my family. My father actually sat on the DRB between 94 and 2003. And I have 4 generations of my family in Reston. So my parents, my kids, and my grandkids live in Reston. And I just have an affinity for Reston. I currently sell real estate, so I'm a realtor, and I'm partial to Reston for obvious reasons. I also like to try to give back to the community. I'm the organizer for the Reggae on the Lake. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but I do. I put that together on Lake Ann Plaza once a year. And I've lived on Lake Ann Plaza since I got out of college about 29 years ago. And so when you bring up RELAC, my brain started, because I'm affected by that. So other than that, I sit on 2 board of directors right now. I was with Reston Soccer about 8 years ago. Reston Soccer merged with Great Falls Soccer because we shared fields and coaches and such. Since then, I've been sitting on the board. Previously, I was on the board for Reston Soccer. So I sit on that board, and the National Capital Soccer League is our travel league. I sit on that board as well. But in the very near future, I'm going to be getting off because I've been on so long. And so I thought I would apply for this position to help the Reston community, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Director Perry.
So I will start with Director Pardo and I did work together under Reston Soccer and Great Falls Reston Soccer. So there
Thank you for disclosing
a
that.
known relationship there. I do have a question for you, though, based on your application.
Yeah.
You mentioned that as a real estate agent, you do help people through that DRB process.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that that piece of your life does not conflict with, being a member of the DRB.
Yeah, I'm not sure there would be a conflict unless there was any sort of bias. I mean, typically when I help a client of mine with their application, it's mainly because they have no clue. And so I just give them the application. I say, look, this needs to be filled out. You need this 3 signatures. Do you know who the HOA, president is, or your cluster president? Because you're going to have to find them and get a signature. So it's more of a guidance rather than doing it for them. Now, I have gone to DRB meetings in the past in support of my client when there's some sort of design that's not in the guidelines that maybe somebody built, and now the client's trying to sell the house. But I like to remain unbiased in that regard. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you.
Director Santa.
Thank you so much for coming tonight. I just wanted to ask, 4 generations, Holy Toledo.
Yeah.
Awesome. What have you liked that you have seen from DRB, and what changes do you think could be made?
It's interesting because there's so many people in the community that it's like a love-hate. Some people are like, oh, the DRB, they're too strict. And then others say the opposite. I think the DRB is a really good entity because it keeps property values and it keeps the original intent of Reston and the design of Reston in line, if that makes sense. I forgot to mention, when I got out of college, I worked at an architectural firm for about 10 years. I didn't get licensed, but I worked under a licensed architect. So architecture is really important to me, and urban design. So that's why I live in Lake Ann, for obvious reasons. So I think the DRB is a really important entity.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Director McClure.
Just want to appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Including, and more specifically, everything you've done for soccer.
Thank you.
It's
a lot of work.
Yeah, I still play soccer, and I coached it with Reston Soccer when Jay was here.
Oh, Jay, yeah.
Yeah.
That was
many
way
years
back.
ago.
I remember.
Long time. Don't count the number of years. But that was a long time. Thank you. Appreciate it. That really, I appreciate your service to the community.
Thank you.
And I tried to hide it when I did my intro, but I am a fan of Reggae on the Lake. So,
So you're biased.
I'm entirely biased and recusing myself. Thank you very much for
welcome.
coming out tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Ms. Liu. Please.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So my name is Susie Liu, and I'm a resident since 2006. I am a civil engineer, specialized in transportation, roadway design. So I used to do roadway design for many, many years. So now I'm in the project management field for roadway projects. The reason I would like to volunteer for this opportunity is just I love Reston. I just would like to do some contribution to Reston community.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Liu?
Same question. What is it that you appreciate about DRB, and what changes would you like to see from, if you were in this position in DRB? So one thing I love Reston, I bought a house here, is I love the Reston is a planned community. It's kind of all the homes, buildings blended into nature. Just hope Reston, DRB could balance the development and the natural setting for Reston. So that's. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much. I
Sure,
appreciate it.
thank you.
And then for both of our DRB applicants, we aren't going to make a decision until much later this evening. So feel free to, stay if you'd like. We're happy to have you, but also feel free to head home.
Mr. Relap.
It's relatively close. So if you do want to hang out for it, feel free.
Or you can watch on Zoom, whatever you want.
Or on
Cool.
YouTube later.
Yes. We will
Thank
not hold
you.
that against you. Ms. Shedlock is coming to as an applicant to be a member of the Friends of Reston Board.
Hi, I'm Mary Shetlock. I've been a member, I've lived here in Reston since the early mid-90s. Raised my son through here. Pretty been involved in the community. Probably the biggest thing, as many of you guys I've known you from, is I was on PRAC for 9 years from the time it was originally started until I sort of timed off or aged out or whatever you would call it. A couple of years ago. So I've been involved in that for quite a while. I've been the treasurer of our little cluster indefinitely, pretty much 20 years, being the treasurer of our cluster, Bromley Village. But in general, in the community, I've been involved with the PTA. I was a treasurer of that through elementary and middle school. I was also something locally also with the Reston Community Fund, the Reston Runners. I've been an active member of that for the last 20-some years. I was a treasurer of that for several years, and I was on the board of directors for 5 years, 3 of it as being the treasurer. They also started a community fund probably 12 years ago just to give back to the community. I'm the treasurer of that. I have been that from the inception of back in 2012. So I've got a lot of community background involvement in it because I love Reston, I love all the pathways, and I think that's what I really enjoyed about being on PREC is being involved in all the different athletic activities. I recently retired. I've been at Fannie Mae for 26 years. I retired over the summertime, and so I'm like, well, what do I do? Reston is, my heart's here, giving back to the community. Don't have any experience on DRB, not interested in that sort of area. And I was like, well, what about the Friends of Reston? And I think just giving back to the community is good, and that's why I applied for it.
Thank you. Dr. Sands?
No, good. No, I took last time. It's good.
Well, I was just going to say, I am very familiar with Mary. My son was on the board for Reston Runners, so just FYI. And I've been involved with other things within the community, so I just wanted to make that known. I'm just curious with the Friends of Reston, do you have any thoughts as to goals for them for the future, or where you could see them moving towards?
I think the community needs to become a lot more familiar with the Friends of Reston, because I've been involved in a lot of the different organizations here, and I really didn't become familiar with them until probably the last 3 or 4 years. And I think through PrAC and some of the donations at the Friends of Reston, so I think that is just to get the community more aware of it. I think it's probably one of my biggest aspirations, to be involved with it.
Director Susan?
Two-part question. One is self-serving. The second one is your genuine opinion. One, this board usually looks to Friends of Reston to help fund or offset things that are in the budget. Do you have a problem with that? And then B, what is the impact that you want to see as being part of Friends of Reston?
So I think that is I don't know a lot about the Friends of Reston. I have a general understanding of what they do. But in that case, I know it's like, I think where I first became aware of Friends of Reston is through PrAC, when they started the scholarships through the swim program over the summertime, and recognizing that's when the Friends of Reston sort of contribute to the program instead of it coming out of the RA dues and the general financial aspect of it. So does that answer the first part of it?
Yeah.
Because I think I forgot your second question, too.
What's the impact that you'd
No,
like
it's
to...
a two-part question.
It's a two-part question. What's the impact that you'd like to bring to Friends of Reston?
I think, A, to get it more well-known for people to be aware of it, because I think the more that people are aware of it, they're going to be willing to contribute and understand the impact of it. I think that's probably the biggest aspect.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I need to make a disclosure. Michelle Nick and I served together on the Parks and Recreation Committee for several years, so I'm well aware of her contributions to the association.
So also biased?
I'm sorry?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
We're all laying out our biases, so.
There you go.
Appreciate it. Did you have a question? or
No.
comment? All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And as I said earlier, oh, I'm sorry. Director Lanza has a question. My apologies for not looking at the screen.
That's all good. I also have to make a disclosure. I sat on PrAC with. So, thank you, Mary.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So 2 people will be voting for you tonight.
Hopefully.
You'll be flipping a coin. Thank you very much. And like I said earlier, don't feel as though you've got to stay. But if you'd like, you're welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So moving on to CEO update. Mr. Hummings.
Thank you, President Johnson. I'll be brief. I've given you some administrative updates. A couple things I want to highlight. I think spending a little bit of time in looking at the Covenants member survey data, I think is helpful. I want to put a shout out to our Covenant staff. That can be a very, very difficult job. As everyone knows, one of the things a homeowners association does is work with homeowners on property standards and expectations and that sort of thing. And you see a lot of clarity around what the requirements are and time to process and getting good feedback and that sort of thing. So wanted to make sure and make particular note of that. The other thing that I'm looking to do and working with our administrative staff, executive team on is bringing back the agenda look forward. Maybe at least once a quarter. The agenda forward team is also working on that as well. The board members that sit in on creating the draft agendas. So, look for that in the future. Not in your packet, but a couple of big things coming up. We have sent some information to you all as a board in the past, but I'm going to put a shout out again and send some more information. We're coming up on the holiday parade. We are going to be in the holiday parade again this year, along with the Grinch and advertising kind of the Winter Fest. So if board members would like to participate in that, open invitation, and we're going to try to have a presence, out at that at Town Center. And then, of course, the big event for us is a week after that at Winterfest, 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's coming along very well. We're already up to about 2,000 people that are signed up. That's half of what we had in the first year, which was only 24 months ago, if everyone can imagine that. So we're doing fantastically well there, as well as selling trees, I am told. So it's going to be a great event. Everybody get on their calendar and hopefully see you out there. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if the board has any.
I have a very minor question. Maybe not minor. Holiday parade, will there be a float? Or is there just walking?
I agree. Some of us need a wagon.
I'll pull you if I have to. It's fine.
Is there a convertible?
Is there room in the budget for that? So we do have a vehicle this year, so we have the RA truck, so we have the Grinch standing in the truck, and people are welcome to ride in the back, and we have a couple spots.
Who's the Grinch?
Well, the Grinch is the Grinch, sir.
No.
You can't announce that.
Who's going?
The Grinch is the Grinch.
The Grinch is the Grinch.
Can I stand with the Grinch? I want my picture
There are
taken.
spots and costumes for elves.
Have
if
to do an
anyone would like.
NDA.
My last name is Santa.
That's true.
Just saying.
That's true.
We can make it all happen.
I'll
Raise
get-
your hand if you're going to come.
What's the
I
date?
will be there
Awesome.
for sure. My daughter's walking in the parade, and as a parent, I have to volunteer. So let me see if I can't make both of them work, but I'll get in touch with you.
You're welcome to jump in. So anybody, please just feel free to get in touch with Mac. We'll also send a follow-up email with information from Ha. But I'll be there. My family will be there. So look forward to seeing you there if you are able.
What's
Hi.
the date again? One last time?
It's the day
Day
after
after
Thanksgiving, bright and early.
Oh, I'll be in 305, sorry. Sunny and warm.
Yes, sir.
This has come up in other circumstances, so I'm just trying to get it. Is the day after Thanksgiving a holiday for the RA? Yes. It is? Okay. So we have staff members who are going to be working on what would otherwise be a holiday. Are we giving them comp time, overtime? How are we doing that?
Good question.
So generally, we're all exempt employees, so it's a day that we all go down and frankly really enjoy being with the community.
Yeah, exempt employees typically don't get overtime.
I got it.
Yeah.
But there's
So-
no non-exempt employees working on.
I'm going to look to Laura, I don't recall.
I guess it
You're
goes
talking about for
on
the
who's
holiday
driving the
parade.
truck.
Unless Laura is driving the truck.
We are happy to figure all of that out at a later time for you.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. President, it comes up only because there are some events where we're asking what's the right word? Exempt or
Non-exempt.
Non-exempt.
non-exempt employees to work on what would otherwise be their personal time. And it's come to my attention that we don't pay them overtime. We give them comp time or something. And I'm just trying to, when we have these off-hour events, to understand what the impact is on, because if we're giving them comp time, that means they're not available to the membership. So I'm trying to understand what is the impact on operations.
Can I answer that? There is no impact to operations whatsoever, but we do flex time here and there, and we have a lot of signature events throughout generally the summer, and certainly something like Winterfest. We would say there's no impact to general operations.
Any further questions or concerns?
I will
question
defer my
to-
comments till we get to the HR manual. And
I have a question about covenant survey.
Oh, yes, please.
So this was well positioned, so I have a question. How many of the disapproved answer the survey?
disapproved what?
Because it says that they sent this email to disapprovals, approvals, and deferrals.
Oh.
So I'm wondering the
How
response.
many?
We don't quantify that. The survey is anonymous, but we send it regardless of if it's an approval, disapproval, or if it's a deferral, so that we always get feedback from that response, no matter what.
So, okay, never mind.
I will say, generally, the people who have a positive experience share, but people who do not have a positive experience do the same.
So I guess my question is, how many disapproved households would we have, given our DRB decisions?
Year to date, we have about, I can give you the percentage off the top of my head. We've approved 87% of applications submitted thus far this year. So there's roughly 13% of about 1,600 applications that we've processed so far.
Thank you.
Just one other quick question.
Please.
How many replies did you get on the survey?
There were 85 respondents.
Out of?
More than that, generally speaking, yeah.
Mr. President, I want to take a moment and congratulate Mr. Adams. 10 years ago, if we had run that survey, you wouldn't have gotten these numbers. Those of us who've been here for more than a few years can remember that the disgruntlement and upset and general rebellious attitude toward our design was widespread and vociferous. To get these kind of numbers can only happen if our covenant staff is emphasizing member service, and they are doing that. And having gone through the process a couple of times myself in the last 12 months, once personally, once on behalf of my cluster, it's a wonderful example of customer service, and you are to be congratulated for getting these kind of results to this survey.
Our team appreciates that. Thank you.
Director Santon?
Cam, you're kicking BUTT. Thank you for everything. My only request moving forward is that it'd be great to have historical data.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for Mr. Cummins? Seeing none. I even looked at the screen
Oh,
this
I
time.
have one.
I thought you, oh, okay, go ahead.
We received an email today about the meeting that you guys had. And it in the email, it said that staff and I think in one case, President Johnson were going to meet with Commissioner Carter and Supervisor Alcorn regarding RTCN and the Comstock Commerce Metro South property in the coming months. And I was wondering if you were planning on having the chair of the Land Use Committee at those meetings.
So I'll speak to that. No, that's not quite accurate. What we reported is that Supervisor Alcorn indicated that he believed there was some concerns about the SSPA that had been submitted and was hoping that the county could talk to RA about what those concerns are. And we said that Natalie would be happy to meet with Commissioner Carter or whomever, the land use planning staff, so that we would have something back to report to you all. And in the second case, as issues around ownership of the Central Green may come up in the springtime of next year, we talked to Supervisor Alcorn about letting us know when he would have something to give to us to bring to you all.
So it says in our email that Natalie will be meeting with Commissioner Carter. My question is, will Natalie be taking the chair of our Land Use Committee to that meeting?
No, this is not typical protocol.
Okay. So this is where I'm confused, and I would like the board to address it. The last time I asked this question, I felt like, Mac, you said that you defer to the Land Use Committee to give advice before meeting on these types of matters. And now I feel like we're saying the opposite. And so I feel like we need to have some standard protocols. We need the people involved that are working and doing work for us on these matters involved, or the board, the committees, and staff can't be aligned, are not going to be aligned. And that's, I feel like, where we have had missteps in the past. So when it comes to items that are coming before the Land Use Committee, like RTCN is coming, or already came, and we're discussing it again at the next meeting. And we're also talking about bringing Commerce Metro Center to our December meeting for the Land Use Committee. It would only benefit all of us if the people that were assigned to roles were involved in the conversations.
If I can just respond, I don't, let me try to thread the needle. I don't think these things are inconsistent. So in order to have a productive committee conversation, the committee will need information and professional advice from our professional staff that we pay to do that. And in doing that, it's good to understand what the county has to say so that we can report that to the committee. So when Travis and I met with Walter and were told that the county may have something to communicate to RA, someone has to go be the receiver of that, and that is typically professional staff. And then our job would be then to report it to committee and board and decide what to do.
For the fiscal meeting, we have our chair of the fiscal meeting involved with several vendors that are applicable to activities that are done on fiscal. So again, I don't see the harm, I only see the benefit in having the people that are assigned these roles involved in the meetings. And until the board starts to make their wishes known, we will continue to have discussions like next month when committees come up, that we have dysfunctional committees if we cannot get the people involved in the work that they're supposed to be doing.
I think, Director Dreschuk, you could help us do that if you'd like to make a motion that we can vote to. That would be probably the clearest way that the board can make their voices heard.
Thank you for the prompt. I will move to include the chair of the fiscal committee. Sorry, I'm on both. I will move to include the chair of the land use committee in meetings regarding RTCN Central Green and the Comstock Commerce Metro Center.
Is there a second?
And Samuel Morris Drive property, sorry.
Motion is made and seconded. Are there comments?
As far as a comment, that is awfully broad. Are they to be in all meetings?
Well, to be honest, I could have made it broad and said involved in all land use meetings, because I know that these cases specifically are coming forward and coming to the land use committee. I tried to limit it. But I don't foresee that there's going to be 100 meetings that occur, as county staff don't regularly meet with us.
Yeah. Director Flashman?
My question is along similar lines. Do you have specific meetings in mind that are going to take place?
I was referencing the ones that were in the email to us from our CEO this afternoon.
Okay, I did not see that.
Sorry, yeah. There was reference to, again, President Johnson and Mac talking with Supervisor Alcorn when he was ready to discuss some options regarding RA and the Central Green for RTCN. And then the second one is the first SSPA that's going to be coming forward is the Comstock property and the Samuel Morris, and that Natalie would be meeting with John Carter to discuss.
Would you like to reference those particular meetings in your motion?
She did.
I was trying.
She
That was my
listed those.
intention. I can reword the motion if it's not clear.
It
That was
wasn't.
my-
It was very broad and
that
without
was-
specific reference to particular meetings.
If you'd like to, I have no objection.
I don't know what words to add to it, so if someone could help add words to make it more clear, I'm happy to add the words. But I was not including all meetings, I was including the ones in our email. I guess I could say, add the words as referenced in the email to us.
Sure.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
Will you second that?
Without objection.
Without objection.
I'm going to speak against the motion. The board already elects a spokesperson to go to these meetings, and has hired multiple people to go to these meetings. I don't know that it is any more efficacious to have another volunteer attend these meetings. So, from my perspective, I will be voting against this. Any other comments or questions?
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I work with Natalie Serio. She's a lovely human being, but she's in her first year of working on these issues and does not have the
I'm going to pause.
Beg your pardon? Doesn't have-
No, I'm going to interject there because I don't think we should be denigrating the.
I'm not.
You are.
No, I'm characterizing a fact.
You
doesn't have the same experience that the chairman of the committee has. But to your point, Miserio is not a spokesperson for the association. The only spokesperson for the association is yourself and Mr. Cummins,
Or our
not
designee.
Miss Serio. So I think that there's a point to be made here that who's going to represent the association? I'm understanding you're not going to be there. I understand Mr. Cummins is not going to be there. And with all respect, you need somebody with some more experience in the process of land use in Fairfax and in Hunter Mill. That's the reason for the motion.
I'm going to go on the record as saying I stand by my characterization of the Miss Area's skills. Are there any other comments, Director Santa?
Question mostly because, good point by John Farrell. Mac, will you be accompanying Natalie to these meetings?
I don't typically go with Natalie when she, meets with, say, Bill Mayland or other county staff, or, sometimes meetings involve John Carter, whether we knew he was an invite list or not. But I will be happy to clear time and attend the meetings.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, asking the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3. Three in favor, against? 1, 2, 3,
Against.
4, 5 against, and abstaining. 1 abstention. All right, moving on to the quarterly secretary update. Secretary Lanza. I'm sorry? That is after this, as far as I can tell. Yep, thank you. Director Lanza. Secretary Lanza.
Hey, everyone. I'm in the car right now, so I don't have it in front of me.
Please be
but
careful.
Happy to try and answer any questions.
Are there questions for Secretary Lanza about the quarterly secretary update that we've seen? Director Santa.
I would ask that discussion items 1 through 10 be added to the parking lot items that MAC is keeping track of so that we can get these knocked off, unless Secretary Lanza has a recommendation on which ones he would prefer that we tackle first. But otherwise, I think the agenda committee could tackle them.
I was just going to ask one quick question.
Please.
Director Lanza, would it be beneficial if we pause this discussion until you were in a safe place and not driving? Or is that not an option?
Yeah, I'm going to be driving, but it's completely okay. Do you mind, and Izzy, address your question? Is it okay if I review those discussion items and then give you an answer? Just to make sure I'm looking at them?
You could either give us a recommendation or we'll make the recommendation for you when we do the agenda setting. Your choice.
The latter is probably the most efficient.
Okay, great. So, Mac, thank you.
But if you'd like to weigh in, Director Lanza, don't hesitate. Feel free to let us know.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Further issues? Director Joshuk.
What does that mean? I wanted to ask Director Santa, you're moving them to a parking lot for what? What does that mean?
There's a list that MAC maintains that both John, Irwin, Travis, and I have asked every single month to be brought to us with all the parking lot items. Sometimes we're really consistent about it, sometimes we're not. The due diligence is with our moderator to bring that forward. So I'm asking that those be added because they're currently not on the parking lot list item. Is that fair?
But the rest of the outstanding list is?
The outstanding items, discussion items 1 through 11, 12, those are not currently on our discussion list unless you guys want to refute.
No.
So
1 through 10, we currently do not, I've never seen it on any item that we have. So all I'm asking is that our CEO is diligent about adding those so that we can moderate and adequately put them on the agenda.
But 11 through 30 are on this list that you guys see? That's what my question is.
Oh, 11 through 30? Some of these are, some of these are not. You are correct.
So can we just
Yes.
add any? Can we ask to add any that
Correct.
are not currently on the list that I?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, I would welcome if for next board meeting, so that the left hand and the right hand are totally coordinated, that we just put this in the board packet so everyone sees a full running list. Fair?
I've been asking that since last year.
Mr. President, without objection, so ordered to her suggestion.
Second.
Any objections?
First.
I see no objection. Thank you very much.
My second question is, under discussion items, I would ask Secretary Lanza, what did you want us to discuss related to those?
So I guess maybe the nomenclature I'll change for next time. That was more so my intention for a parking lot, meaning those discussion items are ready to move to a board agenda.
So then maybe we can move the discussion items to the list?
If I'm understanding you as your predecessor, not to put words in your mouth, I'm assuming what you're trying to say is 1 through 10 should be agendized at some point because they're ready, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So really, discussion items, the way I used to do it, not to put words, is really when we say, hey, these are ready, we keep missing the mark, we need to add them to the agenda. The ones that are outstanding are usually the ones that are making progress, but they're not closed out yet. And it is the will of the board whether or not we bring sunlight to them to either encourage staff, or the next round when we ever do the update, these should be closed. Because some of these are from 2024, to be fair.
And that reason I was asking is because, like, for example, in the outstanding motions, item number 11, that has been ready to be put on an agenda
Yep.
for a little while. Number 13, for instance, as I just mentioned, the Land Use Committee is finalizing next Tuesday and would be ready to bring that to the December meeting. So I feel like some of these other ones, Board and Association Operations Resolution number 1, I think, Mr. Champ and I finished a while ago as well.
2 of the 3 you just mentioned are on the ones that it says to agendize.
Right. So
Thank you, Margaret.
I'm wondering if we can't just look at not the completed motions, but the discussion items and the outstanding motions on a tracker. So we can start crossing them off.
I think we can. And to Director Farrell's an earlier motion or request, I think we could include that in the board packet moving forward.
Thank you.
Director Santa deserves the credit, Mr. President.
Director Santa, as Director Santa said so brilliantly earlier.
All ships sail rise together, whatever the saying is.
And I apologize, Secretary Lanza, when Secretary Santa used to have discussion items, she meant that she wanted us to talk about them at the board meeting. And so that's why I was asking that question.
Yeah.
So,
I guess going forward, I'll change the name.
So just for clarity's sake, the tracker that we're going to have in the packet will include all of the data that we just talked about. Awesome. Thank you. Anything else about the quarterly secretary update? Before I go, I move on. Thank you, Secretary Lanza, for taking care of this and discussing it at great risk to your life. Moving on.
It's all good.
Moving on to RELAC. We have a motion from Director Flashman. I believe, before we do, I believe everyone has received the motion. Okay.
I think we are all aware of the issues confronting us with regard to RELAC, and in order to move the discussion further along, I make the following motion. I move that the board notify its intention, barring any change in circumstances, to make a finding at its December meeting that given the current owner of RELAC air conditioning system has announced it does not intend to operate the system any longer, and that no one has come forward to make a realistic proposal to take over the operation of the system from its present owner and operate the same in compliance with the present requirements under its license to operate from the State Corporation Commission. And therefore, the board declares that the provision in the rest and deed as amended at section Roman numeral 6, 3, parenthesis D, parenthesis 15, stating that, quote, any residential cluster in which central air conditioning service is available to the lot line, no individual air conditioning units of any type shall be permitted, unquote, is no longer effective as there is no one who has the capacity and authority to operate the system. Such finding and declaration shall become effective as of the date of its approval by the board at its December meeting unless otherwise provided at that time.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there discussion or comment? Director Joshuk.
Because we don't have all of our members watch our meeting or just so happen to come to a meeting in which RELAC is added, I would hope that if this motion passes, that there is some effort from staff to get the word out so that the intention of the motion, I believe, is to make sure that it is circulated among the members and that there is an opportunity for us to hear from members. And so I would like to request that staff make some effort to make this known.
Max, should this pass, does this require a board motion to get a communication campaign put together?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Peter and I are ready.
Awesome. All right. Director Mapar.
Yes, I'd like to ask our council, there were some options that you had recited in a memo that you sent to us, and I'd just like to know how this, if you have any concerns or anything, any legal issues that we might be thinking about that we should take into consideration.
If I may, any further discussion in this matter should be in executive session?
Mr. President, I move to go into executive session to hear from counsel on this matter.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Unanimous.
Excuse us, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Resident Association Board of Directors certify to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. So we've got the next motion. It has
We
pending.
have a motion pending,
We have a
Mr.
motion
President.
pending. So I think we've done enough discussion of it. All in favor? Director Lanza?
Aye.
Okay, that is unanimous. Congratulations. All right, moving on to budget draft number 3. Mr. Cummins.
Thank you. I'll make some introductory comments. So we're at the end of the process. You all identified a calendar in February to set forth on setting the assessment for 2026 and 2027. I'll remind you all it's a biennial budget. We've gone through a series of study sessions, meetings with the fiscal committee, member suggestions, processes. You've had 2 separate public hearings to take public comment on the draft budget and assessment. At your last meeting, you gave us direction on a few items, and we've highlighted those in your materials, notably reduction of pool hours totaling $8 and some odd cents in the assessment, and then a couple of other items, leaving the total assessment at $890. That represents roughly a 5% increase over the 2025 assessment. So what we have prepared for you tonight is all of the approval documents. Remember, sometimes we just say, let's approve the budget. There's actually a variety of things in the governing documents that you need to speak to and make very specific motions to set the assessment for the following year. So we have written all of that out for you. You'll have an operating budget and a capital budget. The total collection from the membership will be that $890. So with that, Ed, Pete, and I are here to answer any questions you have, and we'll go from there.
Director Juszczyk.
During the fiscal meeting last night, the fiscal committee had a couple of motions, one related to the budget, and I wanted to make sure that they were shared with the board.
They were. Kurt sent them to us.
Kurt just sent the information related, I think, to the discussion around the motion, but the actual motion, and I told fiscal I would read it, so sorry if you feel like you already know it. We recommend the board accepts draft 3 of the biennial budget as presented by management. The vote was 3 in favor, 2 noes, and 1 abstention, so the motion failed.
The motion failed.
So my question, outside of what happened at fiscal, and if you guys have any questions about the discussion, we had an email from the chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But one of the questions I did ask during fiscal last night was, did we get our final rates in for our health insurance? Because they come pretty late in the process of developing the budget. And I was excited to hear that we only had a 6% increase, and it's been a rough year for health insurance. It's been in the news. So that was positive. But when I was further reviewing the budget, I noticed that the health insurance increase was 7.6%. So I was hoping that staff could speak to the difference between the two.
I mean, the difference would be that we have a couple additional full-time employees that transitioned in, and also just having more staff on board all year. I mean, we started this year partly, understaffed, and next year, we anticipate being more fully staffed. So, I mean, I think the difference is just more salary expense overall. So that, most of the 6% is from the increase in the healthcare cost, and that little bit of additional is just because it's on more staff for a longer period of a year.
But I thought the 2 part-time positions that are being converted to full-time positions were already eligible for health insurance.
It was a combination. We also reduced some seasonal, but generally, you're right, that there really was no impact to increasing those 2 FTEs overall, but it did impact the healthcare just slightly. But it's probably more of an impact just that we are expecting to be fully staffed for the entire year, more so than this year. I mean, I have to run numbers to give details on that, but I would say that's the bigger impact, is that we were, not fully staffed for a good chunk of this year, early in the year in particular.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions?
Can I just?
Please.
I believe it was Director Mullinex that was trying to have the discussion at our last meeting regarding the RRF account. I guess my question for staff is, what are your thoughts on utilizing the knowledge of our committee and having the discussion of raising those amounts based on what they were trying to put forth at the last meeting that did not get discussed versus just moving forward as is?
I mean, just to clarify for those that don't recall, so what Margaret's referring to is that Matt was kind of trying to put forward a motion that the fiscal committee had recommended to increase the capital contribution to 3.1 million versus 285 to be closer to the spend. And it was declared out of order, and there was a little confusion on whether that was really the case, but it did move forward and it wasn't voted on. And we are at 285 right now. And if you recall, when we went from draft 1 to draft 2, Pete had suggested going to 285, so we were relatively comfortable with the 285. I mean, over time, we may have issues with the capital contribution. We want to get it up to the 3.75 over the coming years, and we have that ramped up over the next few years. 2026, our capital spend isn't all that big, so it's really not too big of an issue for 26. I think what the fiscal committee was more concerned about, and Matt or Jennifer or others who were there could speak to it as well, is in 27 because of the Lake Newport tennis court renovation, which is in at 1.6 million, if I recall. That makes the capital spend pretty high in 27. So there was a concern that it's going to be dropping, the RRF balance would drop in 27. So, it is kind of a concern that, over time we need to kick up that capital contribution and not be coming down too much. So I think for 2026, we aren't particularly concerned, but I think the fiscal committee and staff would kind of share the view that, just over time, we need to be watching that so that we don't come down too much. So I don't know if Mac or Pete have any other thoughts, but that'd be kind of my comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ed hit all the high technical points. I mean, one of the things I'll offer to the board is each year when we get towards budget adoption, we're really concerned about the overall percentage increase to the assessment. So this year at 5%, and that, represents about $42 in additional assessment. The $1 million that Ed is talking about is $50 additional dollars on the assessment in today's dollars. So we need to figure out a strategy to build to that so we have the right capital contribution, or else by definition we're draining the RRF account to pay for the spend in the years that we need it. That's not a problem right now, so we're good. But just thinking through big numbers, if we have general inflationary factors somewhere between 3.5%, that's a big chunk of any annual assessment if the value system stays between 4 and 5% total adjustment. So it's just something we all have to talk about, because to get to the 3.8 number, there are going to have to be some years with bigger percentages almost by definition, or a change to the operating.
Just wanted to note, and thank you, Director Perry, for bringing up that issue from last meeting and Ed for explaining it. I just wanted to go on the record as saying that I did clarify that with Director Mullinex later and with Mr. Kerr, but I do want to go on the record as saying I apologize for the mix-up. That was entirely on me. So moving on, Director Santa, you had a question.
I think Jennifer was before
Director Jeschuk, you had a question.
I know you asked staff, but I just have a follow-up from the fiscal meeting because the discussion continued on it into last night. Another piece that I don't think has been mentioned yet that they discussed was not wanting to hobble future boards and not having enough money sitting in case we wanted to do improvements to the future facilities, like make the tennis court something more or add features to a pool. And so there was some back and forth last night on not reducing the balance and holding it for future wish list items.
I asked this question, never really heard back, but I'm going to ask it again. I have had senior RA members say that previous boards you allowed that if you were part of the Fairfax County tax relief program, that you would have a discount of 50%. So I would welcome for next year's budget data on how many individuals are participating in that program.
Okay, and Jennifer had actually asked for that in fiscal committee, and I have all those details. I don't have them handy with me right now, but we actually provided that in a fiscal committee meeting maybe a month or two ago, so I can get that to the board, but we actually provided that information with the numbers and dollar impact of that.
Okay, well, I asked on October 30th and I never heard back, so be moot, but I would welcome the data moving forward.
Additional questions or comments? Doesn't look like there are any. So, Mr. Cummins?
We have a series of motions outlined in,
I'm sorry?
It's on us.
I was asking him.
oh, yeah, we have a series of motions that are sort of sequenced to follow all the governing documents.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so, board, let's start taking some motions.
Move to approve the proposed amendments to Assessment and Finance Resolution 2, assessment rates and collection procedures, thereby establishing the proposed base of $890 for the 2026 annual assessment rate, as well as installment plan fees, collection fees, and respective due dates for 2026 as delineated in the amended Exhibit A of Assessment and Finance Resolution 2, assessment rates and collection procedures.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Director Farrell.
Mr. President, I'm going to vote against this motion on two grounds. There are 3,000 units that have been approved in the CSA that are not contributing to the maintenance of our association facilities, nor are they relating to the association facilities. If they joined, this assessment would be approximately $120 lower than what we're proposing tonight. I'm also against this proposal because it substantially reduces the number of hours of our swimming pools. Our community survey was very clear. Our members value our swimming pools more than any other single feature after our trails. We finally last year got to a point where we weren't closing any pools. That's where we should be because that's where our membership wants us to be. They told us that in the survey. We're ignoring their desires. And for that reason, I cannot support this budget.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Director Perry.
While I don't agree with everything Director Farrell said, I do agree with him in pools. And I was very disappointed that we as a board decided to slash those hours at the last meeting. While I will move forward with this budget tonight, I am very disappointed in us as a whole for not having recognized what our members had asked for and wanted.
Director Santa.
I would just like to remind all of us that the 2025 pool expansion provided valuable insights thanks to the work of folks on staff. Thank you for all that data. But the insights reveal that more hours do not necessarily drive higher usage. So we still maintain what is outlined in the pool, which is members are allowed to use those pools. We added 1,400 additional operating hours at a cost of $2,700. Overall attendance declined. If staff would like to refute that, welcome you. But I believe 22,000 less people attended the pools this year. So the community survey does say pools are a main character of Reston, and we are supportive of that. But as our fiduciary duty, I also understand that when you spend more and there's less of an output, then it's on us to recalibrate, and this budget does that.
All right. Any further comments or questions? Director McCart.
This budget is not perfect, but when you account for all the priorities that we have had and all the surveys and the data that we had, and specifically about the pools, and we went back and forth and did some analysis, because it is our responsibility to ask questions about what's the return on investment on the extended hours and so on. I just want the members to know that we have tried to optimize everything and arrive at a budget that is not really, really high. And when you think about the $42 of additional dues that will go into this dues for next year for 2026, representing 4.95% increase over last year. And when you compare that against the rate of inflation and what's happening, et cetera, is it perfect? No, it's not. Is it the best we can do? I believe this is the best we can do, and for that reason, I am going to support this budget.
All right. All in favor? 7 in favor. Against? 2 against. 7-2.
Move to fund less than the full 1/10 of the 10-year average forecasted repair and replacement expenditure appropriation to the Repair and Replacement Reserve Fund.
Mr. President, a substitute motion. I move to repeal the Assessment and Finance Resolution Number 3 in its entirety and direct staff to work with the Fiscal Committee to draft a new resolution reflecting the capital budget as adopted. And that would reflect the work of the working groups that we had that said, look, the current resolution doesn't work. We know how to fund the capital improvements over the next 10 years. We adopted a capital budget. We can fund it, and we need to have a resolution that reflects the capital budget that we adopted. And it does not require us to have a 1/10 of the 10-year average as part of any budget going forward. It's an entirely different way of approaching the capital budget by having site assessments that tells us what it's going to need in order to, in the earliest, we wouldn't have to do a new pool until 2040. So there's really no sense of and that's under the worst circumstances. There really is no sense for Resolution 3 to continue on and for us to have to suspend it every year, which is what we'll do, because we have a different way, thanks to Mr. Lusk and others, of going about funding the capital needs of the association. I need a second.
Second.
Motion made and
Can I
seconded.
speak? I'm in support of this because sitting on with the fiscal committee, this triple RF and what we should be funding it at those levels, I feel like have engulfed that committee in the discussions, and it actually derails them from speaking or deliberating on the operating side of the budget. And I've seen that now for multiple years. I think it also creates some conversations at the board level, because now there's lots of opinions on what it should be. Whereas before I got on the board, I always saw, previous board members from when I first moved in very much support this resolution. Now this is probably, I've been on the board 4 years and we have passed this motion every year to not listen to Resolution 3. at some point, we need to make edits to it and start believing in the resolution. So I'm supportive of the alternative motion.
I'm just curious, and if this was laid out in the motion, I do apologize. Is it the goal of the motion to have a replacement to Resolution 3 within the next year prior to next year's budget discussions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. I think that's enough conversation about the substitute motion. All in favor? Director Lanza?
Abstain.
Okay. That's 70801 in favor of the substitute motion.
Can we have a vote on the main motion now?
We can. So the main motion is?
The main motion is the motion that I read.
Yep, I know. Thank you. Appreciate it. All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. What's next?
Move to approve the non-assessment fee schedule for 2026.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor? I'm sorry, discussion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, wait a minute. No.
1, 2,
I lost my
3,
place.
4, 5, 6. 6 in favor. Against? 1, 2 against, and abstaining. 1 abstention. Next.
Move to approve the 26-27 operating and capital budgets summarized below and in the following attachments. 2026 operating and capital budget, total revenues $23,968,000, operating expenses $21,118,000, capital contribution $2,850,000, capital expenses $3,377,000. 2027 operating and capital budget. Total revenues, $25,113,000. Operating expenses, $21,963,000. Capital contribution, $3,150,000. Capital expenses, $4,557,698.
Thank you for the sacrifice I took to read that entire motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. I see no discussion. Let's call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
7 in favor. Against? 1 against. Abstaining. 1 abstention. 711.
Move to increase the 2026 transfer fee to $374.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Mr. President, were you done?
I am done technically, yes.
Mr. President, I have a vague recollection, I was looking for it, that there were amendments to the capital budget that the staff had suggested. There were some items that were being moved around.
There were just 2 minor administrative items. There was an item that was double copied in 26 and 27, it's the Lake Ann Fountain. We're going to address the Lake Ann Fountain in 26, so that item dropped out of 27. And then from the item, from the meeting, in October, there was discussion about moving all playgrounds to 26 and 28. So there was a line that didn't get copied to 28. So those were the only changes to the capital budget.
So is it fair to characterize those as Scrivener changes?
Correct. That's correct.
They're not substantive. I just wanted to make sure if we needed to make a motion on those that we made it, but I'm hearing that it was a Scrivener's error and it's been corrected.
Awesome. I think that brings us to a wrap on the budget. Ed, you're like shaking your head so fast just to make sure that we don't jump in there with something else. But thank you very much for all of your hard work. Mac, your hard work, Pete, and your entire team. Thank you very much for everything that you've done to make this possible. Director Perry.
I would like to request a bio break from the
I
board.
was just about to ask if everybody wanted to take a bio break.
And if everyone doesn't, I am.
Well, on that note, let's come back at 8:30. Thank you very much. All right, back from our break. Thank you very much. We're going to start with the next item on the list, which is HR manual. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Cummings.
I'll do a brief intro, and then I'd like Ashley to walk you through some documents that are in your packet. So you may recall on October 9th, we had presented a draft HR manual for your consideration. We've had multiple rounds of review, and thank you to everyone on the board that has offered comments. We cataloged all of those comments. The majority of them have been implemented into the document itself. Some were more in the form of questions than comments or looking for a change. So we've more or less just kind of walked through all those. And then there are some that we felt that wouldn't be appropriate for a couple of reasons. And so we tried to catalog those, as well. And we've produced a spreadsheet so that everybody can see the totality of the comments and what you see within your document. So let me hand it off to Ashley to talk about the review process that she has done to get us to where we are now. And then I'm sure she's happy to take any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Just to echo what Max said, I appreciate board members submitting their feedback. I know this was a really large document. All of it was really helpful. We've incorporated, as Max said, a majority of the comments that came through to us. This, as I mentioned at the last meeting with this on the agenda, this review was pretty comprehensive. It included internal review, internal counsel, outside counsel, SLT feedback. So it's pretty comprehensive. This is representative of all of that review, as well as incorporating the majority, as I mentioned, of board feedback. Any questions that were left or just commentary made along the document, staff response is included in this tracker for review. There are about 5 total items that I indicated on this tracker that were not incorporated into the handbook. I'm happy to go through those individually at the board's will, or go through each of these items if that is the will of the board. But at this point, we do believe that this handbook is our best work. We do believe it is comprehensive. It has gone through that extensive review, and we do believe that this document is adoptable as is presented.
Thank you very much. Opening up to the board for questions and comments.
I just had one.
Dr. Perry?
I just had one. On the spreadsheet, the third item, which is defining service member in the leave section. It says that staff needs clarification on the term service member. And I guess I'm curious for everyone else. I mean, my understanding of that term would be military, active or reserves. I see that at this time we haven't done anything with that, so I just want to, that is my stance on it.
Yes, this is a question that we have posed back to the board. This comment, I think the confusion was that this comment was left under employment status on page 7, but staff's question really relates to, is this referring to the ERISA related leave protections, which is later on down in the handbook?
Director Farrell.
I believe that Director Perry's question related to one of my comments. You're right, Director Perry, Mr. President. Director Perry is right. It comes in a section that normally you would think is talking about military service. But when I read it, you could have read it to mean service on the association. So the thought was that we would add the word military. So it's clear that we're talking about military service, not service in our employment. But the staff saw fit not to include a change or inquire about it, so, whatever.
Dr. Sampson.
Thank you so much for the way the information was presented, for clearly outlining everyone's contributions and the action that you took. My only comment is in relation to page 57 in regards to living wage. You accepted that one, and I'm just noting that that is something that I think needs deliberation, considering I think we had a previous vote on it and it failed. But somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think page 57, if we were to adopt, we should remove that language.
If I may, I am concerned about writing living wage. I would, I know for a fact I don't make a living wage. I would be surprised if all of our employees make a living wage, so I would definitely be concerned about that. Not that we shouldn't, don't get me wrong.
President,
Director Farrell.
to remind the board, there was a motion to set the lowest hourly rate for our employees at $25 an hour. I think that may be what Director Santa was referring to, believing that that $25 an hour was a living wage. We say, and has been part of our founding DNA, that a Reston Association would be a place where everybody could live. Well, if they aren't making enough money to live here, our employees can't live here. And so that was the prominence. What is a living wage? Leave for the staff to figure that out. But the idea is that, consistent with the philosophy of Reston, we are a place where anybody can live. And if they're not making a living wage, they're not going to be able to live here. But somebody wants to make a motion that we can vote on that. To go one step further, in that conversation, it was explained to us that we had a small number of employees making less than $25 an hour, and that it would cost approximately $32,000 to raise them to $25 an hour. That motion did not pass.
Is it feasible, and I'm asking this to, I think, the other members of the board, is it feasible that we include, say, an asterisk with a definition for living wage that is relatively timeless? So it's not tied to any particular numbers, and you're not going to have to come back and change this every 6 months to determine what a living wage is in Reston, but some kind of timeless definition that could apply to the term living wage. Would that assuage your concern, Director Farrell?
They've included the word living wage. One of the few suggestions I made that were included. So I'm happy to have living wage, and somebody can define it. I mean, by having it not set to a specific dollar amount, then it's a conversation we have going forward.
Right.
So I don't think we need to define it, but we can have a vote on it and see where the majority of the board wants to go.
I want to make it clear, I am not against living wage at all.
For sure.
I'd love to have a living wage, it'd be great. But I just want to be careful. I don't want to open Pandora's box for something that we are not offering or will not be able to offer in the future.
Your concern is that it ties our hands.
Again, it goes back to whose definition of living wage, right? Like, I am living, I'm here. So I'm just worried, that's all. It's not that I'm against it by any means, it's just that I'm worried of what does that language mean and who is the determining factor on how to define that.
Would you like to make a motion to alter this in some way?
If I think of how, I will come back to you.
While we're on this topic, okay.
Do we have a motion to adopt the personnel?
I move to adopt the employee handbook as presented with the note of removing living wage from the document.
Is there a second?
Second.
You wanted us to get started,
Motion
ladies
is-
and gentlemen.
Motion is made and seconded. Let's have a conversation. All right.
Mr. President, I'm going to have a number of amendments. How do you want to handle this?
Well, if we were going to deal with this one.
Well, if we.
Oh, you're going to make amendments to her motion?
Right. And so I'm going to ask the maker of the motion to, for unanimous consent to divide the question, and so that we can vote on the question of living separately from the adoption of the manual. I don't want, because if we just vote on the motion as it is, it precludes any further amendments.
Do I see objections to Director Farrell's? There is an objection, so we're going to need a motion.
But can I object on one ground?
Not yet. You make your objection, and then we have, he has to make the motion, then there's a second.
I move to divide the question.
Okay, is there a second? Okay.
I'm moving to divide the question to take the word, to have a separate, the motion that was made is to adopt the personnel manual in total and to take out the word living. I want to divide it so that we vote on the word living and then we can vote on the manual.
Well, living wage, not living.
Well, it's only, if you look at the language, it's the word, the staff inserted the word living. There is, the wage is later.
So it's and living, I see, okay.
So I'm asking to divide the question, and I'm asking if there's an objection so that we can go to other amendments that I would like to offer to the manual.
Okay, we had a second to that, so I'm not going to do a great deal of discussion on it. All in favor?
All in favor
To
split?
To split the question.
Just to split the question, that's the issue.
Oh. I'll let you split the question. I mean, from my perspective.
Matt and Michael, where standeth thou?
We'll just call the nays versus.
Okay, so we're going to go 4 in favor, against. 1, 2, against, 2, and abstaining. I see 2 Mullinexes, no Lanzas. Okay. Did we lose?
It's 4-4.
Yeah, it's 4-4. The motion doesn't carry. So we're back to the original motion.
So, Mr. President, I have a number of amendments that I'm going to offer to the, to the motion.
To your motion. Yeah.
Okay.
Feel free. Fire
good?
away.
Hold on, let me write
Okay,
this down.
page 88.
If I may, Director Farrell, I assume that some of them are not directed, but if any of them are in this spreadsheet, would you please help direct where in the spreadsheet if possible?
It's the last item in the spreadsheet.
Thank you.
Page 88. I have a problem with saying, we will let you have administrative time off to be a witness, but not to be a party. Imagine we have an employee who is in the middle of a divorce. They are a party to a civil action, but they have to use PTO, whereas if they're the corroborating witness, they don't. That doesn't make any sense to me. But a bigger concern is the language, verification of attendance. There is no such thing. The court doesn't give you an attendance check. If you go and appear as a witness, there is no document that the court can give you that says, yeah, there was a good little girl, good little boy, they showed up. So we're asking people to come up with a document that no court has ever issued in my 40 years of practice.
Let's reach out to the staff and see what
I
they
would,
say.
and so I would move to strike that language.
You need a second
Yeah.
before we debate.
Is there a second to that? Second. There's a second. Moving to staff, what's your perspective on this? I see their perspective there, and I've read their perspective. I'd like to hear their perspective. Ashley?
Sure. For the latter part of the question, for the attendance verification, couple items that we mentioned on here that'd be acceptable, which would be a subpoena or a jury summons that serves as verification of attendance.
It doesn't, Mr. President. I'm sorry. We already require them to provide us with a subpoena. This is requiring them to prove that they went. Not that they've been summoned, but that they went. There is no such document.
Okay. Director Perry?
Interestingly enough, I don't completely disagree with Director Farrell. My question would be, would you accept, the receipt from the parking lot. I mean, there are plenty of times where I've had to go to the courthouse for various reasons, all up on the up and up. But I agree that, you know, you pay your parking and that's kind of all you're getting unless you're walking out with, you know, some kind of decree or something.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is not intended to be an impossible situation where employees are going to struggle to provide verification. I mean, there is a certain level of trust that we have in our staff. And if there's any type of verification, like a parking slip, we would take that into consideration. It would not be a
Picture of them in the courthouse.
You cannot
if
take
they were
pictures
so
in the
Oh,
courthouse.
that's true. I forgot. Although you are allowed to now bring your phone in.
Selfies on the front step.
Yeah.
So,
Dr. Santo, thank you.
so the sentence that we're debating is you may be required. So it's the may that we're objecting to with this motion. Tony, can you correct me?
I believe the objection is to having to produce any verification
After the fact.
after the fact.
But the may says you may be required. So you think this is out of order from your legal standpoint?
I think an employer can ask for whatever, that you could ask for a letter from the lawyer that was there for verification. The question is, John is correct. The court is not going to give you a doctor's note that you missed work because you were before them.
A lawyer's note, thank you.
I mean, I can't see an attorney that issued a summons. I think there are ways around it. It's a business decision for this board whether you want to require it.
Not if you, excuse me, not if you use the word court.
Such as court-issued document.
Such as, you could add or similar document.
Why do we even need this?
Thank you.
This is a business situation that there is no legal requirement that you provide this.
And that's where the vote's going to come in.
Without objection.
So, too late. Okay, I'm just going to call the vote. All in favor of Director Farrell's motion?
Well, the
Be
amendment.
clear on your motion.
And he has
Well,
several
It's an
I'm
amendment.
sorry, his amendment to
But
the
can
motion.
can I ask a question? I want to make sure, because I believe you put this amendment as a whole versus separating them out, correct?
This is an amendment to the whole, which is to strike this
It's
sentence.
all or nothing for all of them.
That verification of attendance.
Verification of attendance. Just strike that from the manual.
You have a second.
He's
There is a
several.
second point.
Right, that's what I'm,
Right now.
but, okay,
All right,
All
conversation's getting out of
my
control.
motion is only as to striking
to that
this.
specific.
The other observation, I leave to the rest of you.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're adding more motions to the original. You're more
Right,
amendment.
meaning for this
Amendments
specific one,
to-
it's just for that specific statement.
There's two as part of this policy. He is adding one of his comments. That's what she was clarifying.
Shouldn't we add all of them?
All of the amendment?
No.
No, we're going to do it one at a time. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Unanimous.
Thank you. The next one is, and while 8 of my suggestions were rejected, I'm only going to talk about 4. The next one is on page 56 and 57. I can't, forgive me, Mr. President, forgive me, Director Perry. What page is that on?
compensation
It's the top orange one.
Is it the top on
It's
one?
an orange.
Yes.
Compensation philosophy?
Yeah, 56, 57. What I had done and what I had proposed was comparable size to Reston and gave examples of what should be comparable. What should be our peer group in trying to set salaries. without this language, our peer group could be decided to be Fairfax County. Well, we can't compete with Fairfax County. They have a $7 billion budget and 30,000 employees. They're not a peer group. The same thing with Loudoun County or Prince William County. And if we allow that to go forward, I can't wait to see what the assessment would be in those circumstances. And so I wanted to establish that the board establish what the peer group is with examples, but not locked in. So I think there was one, I think I saw a compensation analysis recently that had these, and the city of Manassas. I think city, yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm trying to say here is we're not going to use Google or Apple or any of the other companies in the area as comparable for setting salaries, to give examples of this is who our peer group we think should be. And that's a board policy because it triggers directly into what our assessment is and what our expenses are. And so this isn't preclusive, it's we want to be at this level, not at a Fairfax County level or a Loudoun County level or the District of Columbia level.
Appreciate that. Is that your motion?
My motion is to add the language on page 56 and 57, which is to add Northern Virginia area instead of DC metro area, and municipalities of comparable size to Reston. Example, EG means example, the cities of Fairfax Falls Church and the town of Herndon, Vienna, Leesburg, and I'm happy to add Manassas if that will satisfy our HR director.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. Comments?
Point of order. Is this still a secondary amendment? Or
This is still a secondary amendment to your motion.
So there's no third degree amendments?
No.
Okay.
I would entertain a request for unanimous consent if Director Santa wanted to request one.
Mr. Cummings has a
I am
comment.
no fool.
I'd just like to offer some thoughts on this. I think you're now discussing a level of granularity that is not typically seen in a policy document such as an HR manual. So setting the comparable cities is typically an implementation tool, not an overall policy. And we do compete across geopolitical boundaries, just in general. We have people that commute from all the way out in Baltimore. We have people that commute from nearly the West Virginia boundary. That's not necessarily typical, but in general, the policy is we compete in the regional area, and then it will be to you and subsequent boards to look at the direct comparables at that time. And I might ask Ashley to add anything if she'd like to on that.
I got first.
Further comments?
Just a point of clarification on my part. How long do we want to keep doing this? Basically digging down into every line of this document? I'm just asking a question for time purposes.
From point of order, Mr. President, we're not going through every line. This is a 110-page document. I have 4 changes I want to add for the board to consider. I had 12, but I'm going to ask the board to consider 4. I hope that satisfies Director Mapar.
Point of order.
The answer is 1/3 of the time it would have been had we taken the original list.
Point of order. I think decorum is asked for in terms of conversation. All I'm asking to is get a clarification as to how many. And you answered it. Thank you very much. Ashley, I have a question for you. With all these nitpicking exceptions that we're going through.
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order, Mr. President.
Excuse me. Yes, Director Farrell.
Nitpicking?
We don't need to characterize.
With all these exceptions that we're looking at, what are the possibilities? What is the chance of any of these things happening? Do you see them at 1%, 10% all the time? For example, what we just went through in terms of getting a note that you actually went to the court. How often does that happen?
It's rare, I would
Thank
say.
you.
So wait, you had a question. We still need to.
Director District, did you have a question?
You said without objection to this one, correct?
After there was already a motion.
No, I made the motion. I was asking, Mr. President, I was asking if Director Santa had something that she wanted.
On
to-
this one? No, we're good.
Okay.
Just to speak on the motion and universally, I think this level of granularity steps outside the realm of an oversight board and gets very deeply into the realm of a governance board. For that reason, I will be voting no on the remainder of these items. I put it to the rest of my colleagues to continue this the way they'd like to. So, if there are any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? 1, 2, 3. In favor, against? Did you say against?
I was one.
Okay. Oh, so 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4 against.
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
Was it 4-4?
Yeah. Moving on.
Mr. President, okay, on page 8, this one boggles my mind.
I found it, we're good.
Got it?
Yeah. Thank
Great.
you.
Nicely done.
On page 8, the current language says we're a 501c4 organization. C4 organization is not a public charity. We don't describe what it means to be a 501c4 organization. The IRS code says a 501c4 organization is not a public charity. It is a social welfare organization organized to serve the common good and general welfare of its membership. That's out of the IRS code. That's who we are. I don't understand why we can't say that to our employees, to have them understand what this organization is about. We're a service organization to promote the general welfare and common good of our members.
And your motion is?
To insert that language.
To have that language that's there.
Understood.
Second.
And the motion is made and seconded. Discussion? Director Perry?
While I appreciate the IRS's language includes the word social welfare, there's a lot of interpretations of social welfare, and that language concerns me. I appreciate Director Farrell's explanation of this is the IRS language. I would be more prone to support this if it just said organization organized to serve the common good and general welfare of its membership, and left out the social welfare part, again, just because of the connotation within social welfare.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent to make that change to my motion.
Are there objections? Objection? Do you want to make a motion and second it?
I had the second already.
To what you just asked for? You just asked for unanimous consent to change it to Director Perry's. Director Santa
Understand.
objected, so that means you have to do a motion.
Is that a third level amendment?
There's no rule against it.
A third degree amendment means
So,
no according to Robert's rules.
So I will make a substitute motion to add the words organization organized to serve the common good and general welfare of its membership, and to omit the word social welfare. And I need a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Comments? Questions? Director Juszczyk.
I would ask unanimous consent to also add a period, and it is also a, so that we have a complete sentence.
Any objections? I see no objections. Okay.
Well,
All
we're
right.
going there, can we out of space between A and non?
Any objections?
Object, just.
Just to be a monster. Do you legit object?
No.
Okay, so I see no objections. All right, So back to the substitute motion. All in favor, say, respond with aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in favor, against. 1, 2, against, and abstaining. Director Mapari, I need your vote in some way.
You voted in favor.
Oh, did you vote in for? Okay, so that's 5 in favor then. So the motion carries. Okay.
Mr. President, let me see. Would you indulge me a moment? If somebody else has an amendment, that's fine. I just need to go through and see if there's anything else.
Jennifer has.
Director Dishok?
The very first one, staff rejected the change from business to association. We're an association, so I'm going.
What page?
The very, very first one, it's throughout the entire document. Several changes where we put in business, but we are an association. So I will make a motion to accept association in place of business throughout the document.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. Motion's made and seconded. Comments or questions?
I think I'd like Ashley to speak to this. There's a number of places in the document where we refer to doing the business, of the membership, doing business with vendors, doing business in a variety of different forms.
You'd prefer not to do association with vendors?
But yeah, it is typical to refer to contracting and doing business and all sorts, and there's a variety of contexts within which that term is used in the document.
Understood. Ashley?
Just to go off of what Mac mentioned, there's also a policy called business travel policy. That's just an example of saying association travel policy. I mean, we could just say work policy and like work travel policy as opposed to just business. So there's alternative ways to label it, but otherwise, I think it's a personal preference.
Understood. Director Farrell?
So you all have the markup, right? So there were actually, God bless Word Perfecter, there are actually 77 places where we use the word business. I didn't change all 77. I changed the selected few that are in your book where it made sense. There were business practices, their business travel wasn't suggested to change. So there are a limited number of changes where it was clear that we were able to say we're an association, not a business. And the concern has been that we not convey the idea that we're here to make money. We're here to serve our members. And that's why I will support the motion, assuming it's meant to include the changes that are in the red line.
Correct.
So
And
would
only
you
those
modify the motion to that effect?
Sure.
As amended, you would ask staff, as amended, to adopt the word association in replacement of business. That would be the motion.
Right.
That's what she said.
Right.
That's what I think I said, but however you guys want to word it,
I
that was
just
the
tried
intention,
to-
so accepted.
And I will second it as amended.
Or I was going to do it without objection if we could. Are there objections to that? I see none. Okay.
One more?
So
Do you have one more? You said you had 4.
We need to vote on her.
we have to vote on this one. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor. Against? 1 against. I hope Director Lanz is okay. I did, yeah, 7.
He was probably like, HR manual.
So we've got one more.
Hank, bear with me. I gotta find it.
While you're finding it, I want to address something that came up earlier this evening. That is
it
not
still relevant to the amendments to this? Okay.
on page 79. No, 69.
If you said 67, my
60.
kid would be here like.
It's over a couple pages, but it has to do with the section on work hours and scheduling. So we brought up earlier this evening that there was a discussion about staff getting comp time versus overtime for working like events or different. There isn't a policy that I am finding that allows for that in the policy manual. I see a flex time one where an employee can ask, but I am not seeing one where the staff, like we can just direct somebody's schedule to change. In fact, what I'm seeing is that we have standard work hours, which means we have standard schedules for our non-exempt staff. So unless we have a policy that speaks to that, I feel like we have to pay them overtime, and I get very leery whenever you do things with non-exempt employees, like, don't work these 3 hours, but go work these 3 hours on a Saturday, and we're not going, and therefore we're not paying the overtime. That wasn't the intention of the FLSA, and so I want to make sure that if we are adjusting schedules of staff, that it needs to be a policy, and it needs to be run through legal counsel.
Sure, just one point of clarification. We don't have any non-exempt employees that are working beyond their 40 hours and not getting overtime. So if they are working their regularly scheduled hours and then we're asking them to come to a night event, they are getting paid their additional hours. And at the look at the total week, if it's over 40, they are entitled to that overtime. So there is no comp time situation for a non-exempt employee. They are getting paid for every hour that they're working.
That wasn't my understanding. Okay, so I've been told that staff are working for some of the events that the board has approved, and it's not part of their standard hours. It's outside of their standard hours. So it's like managers are reducing or changing their work schedules and then saying, we'll work on Saturday instead.
For exempt employees, there is reference to flexible scheduling. So in those cases, if they are working a night event or they're working a weekend event or an event for a volunteer event, they can work that out with their direct manager and flex their time. For anyone that is not exempt, they are getting paid for that time. We're not asking them to show up and not get paid and flexing that time. They are entitled to their pay and they are clocking in for that.
Yeah, I had a question, if I may.
Please, Director Perry.
Because I'm reading the flexible time, and it says, if your position routinely requires evening or weekend meetings or events, and these obligations are considered a standard part of your job. So are you suggesting that there are exempt employees where it is not a standard part of their job to do weekend or evening events?
No, I'm speaking to non-exempt employees working at like the swim event on Lake Audubon, and their schedule getting adjusted during the week to say, oh, you have to come Saturday morning to do this. So we're going to give you off on Thursday so that we can have you work on Saturday and not pay you overtime. And we've had grievances from staff in the past related to those. And so there isn't a policy in here that says we're going to adjust your schedule. There's only one that says if a staff person asks to adjust the schedule, a director can approve it. But not the opposite, where a manager is saying, nope, don't work on Thursday, come on Saturday and work on the swim event.
Mr. President, my understanding, somebody can correct me because I've had to deal with this in their office, is if you're going to give them comp time instead of overtime, you have to give them that comp time during the relevant pay period. So if you're on a 2-week pay schedule, that comp time has to be given to them during that 2-week pay schedule. And if you're on twice a month, it has to be during the month, during that half of the month that they get comp time. That's my understanding. If I misunderstand it, somebody I hope can correct me, but it's not, oh, well, we'll give you comp time and you can take it in You can take it in December. You have to do it right then.
It has to be in the same work week.
I welcome Ashley responding too.
Matt, let's let
Well,
Matt.
I just want to sort of pull this back together and make sure we're understanding the question. So this is a whole new line of questioning and just trying to understand. So would you like us to walk through exempt and non-exempt pay schedules and timing and how schedules are made? And we could certainly, it sounds like there's a concern that something's happening that shouldn't be happening, which is a whole different thing that I probably don't want to do in open session. I don't believe any of that is happening, but I'd like to understand what the question is, because it feels like we've got about 4 different HR topics on the table right now.
So are you confirming that we are not changing the non-exempt staff schedules to avoid paying overtime during a work week?
That is correct.
That is not happening.
That is correct. I am not aware of department directors or supervisors avoiding overtime in any capacity. So if they're scheduled to work, they're working. If they're asked to work a night event or a weekend event, they're getting paid for that.
Okay. Then I will withdraw my change.
Okay.
Last one?
Yes.
It's page 23, and where is that on is this the second page? The second page on the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yeah.
The orange one on the second page.
The orange one on the second page.
Okay. You're expected to maintain. Could we just take it right to the motion, if we could?
I'm going to move to strike that sentence
Mm-hmm.
and the next one.
Okay.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
Discussion?
Discussion, questions?
Okay.
Questions, discussion.
There is no way in hell you're ever going to enforce a promise of confidentiality against a former employee unless they signed a non-disclosure agreement. And non-disclosure agreements for regular employees the courts are coming down with both feet on that nonsense. If there is a specific need, like Mr. Broom, we want him to sign a non-disclosure agreement, okay. But to have it as a standard policy that we're going to ask all employees to sign a non-disclosure agreement, that's just not the way we want to do business. So, and it's completely unenforceable to say to a former employee without an NDA that they can't talk about what happened while they worked here.
Ashley, would you like to? Is there anything outside of the text? Let me put it that way. That's here that you'd like to speak to.
No.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Yes.
This is directed to Mr. Champ. Would there be any language feasible that would basically state our request for continued professionalism and discretion post-employment?
Well, first off, bear in mind that this is not a contract. And having said that, something can be fashioned along. It is the expectation of Reston Association that your professional discretion, but is that enforced? Will continue in perpetuity or something along that. Is that enforceable? No.
But is there any harm in putting it in as a request? So that
I don't see any, but.
Director Jester?
From an employee standpoint, there's a lot of harm because you have to sign this document. This isn't just a document that's presented to you. You have to sign it, and therefore you're saying as an employee, I'm going to abide by it. So it's almost like getting a staff member to sign a quasi-confidentiality, non-disparagement agreement upon employment for something that's going to happen post-employment that we're not going to go after. So why would we kind of threaten an employee coming in and asking them to sign something like this? It's that, so I'm against I'm against having this language.
I would like to make it clear I was
policy.
not threatening staff.
No.
I literally was
did
just
not intend
asking
that.
if
I
there was-
apologize. I did not intend that. But that's how I feel is when an employee has to sign something, they have to say, yes, I'm going to abide by this. And as an employee, I would not want to work for a company that is going to bind me.
I have only ever worked for those. I'm sorry, excuse me, I did not mean to interrupt you. I just kind of started speaking out loud.
So I'm against the language being in the policy manual.
Do you understand?
I just want to clarify, when the question was, is there any harm? There's no legal harm, and I differ from Director Juszczyk just a little bit. Like, if I signed something like that and then I moved on, I would not feel bound by it. I would laugh hysterically if it was asserted against me. But I'm your lawyer.
Right.
There is from a business perspective, and there is what I think Director Juszczyk is getting to is the appearance that it's binding. And so I retract my statement that there's no harm. I won't say there's no business harm. There's no legal harm.
Mr. President, the Director Juszczyk and counsel are trying to describe something that we call the chilling effect. And that's what I'm saying. We don't want to be having that kind of relationship with our employees. So that's why I think the language needs to come out.
Okay. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. Against? I see 0 against and abstaining. 1, 2, 3. 3 abstentions.
Thank you for your indulgence, members of the board.
Thank you.
I have a motion related to this
Please.
amendment. I move to change the font in this document to size 12 and change the margins to 1 inch left, right, top, and bottom, and to change the main headings from light blue to dark blue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. I'm about to ask a question that I'm not excited to do. Are there questions or comments? Director Perry.
9:20.
Ashley,
Yes.
to make those changes as suggested by Director Mapar, what amount of time would that cause you to put that motion into action?
Not long, but it is not staff's recommendation that those edits are needed for the adoption of the manual.
Thank you.
Appreciate your feedback. Further questions or comments before I ask for the vote? Seeing none, all in favor? 1. Against? 3. Against and abstaining. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 1, 3, 4. The motion does not carry. Okay, I think we're done with this topic. Thank you very much.
You have to
Main-
pass
main
the whole
motion.
thing.
That's right, we still have the darn
We have 4 amendments to the original
original
motion.
motion. Back to the original motion. I think we've done all the discussion we need to do. All in favor of passing this,
I have one final comment.
or we can.
Please.
Not in response.
I'm going to vote against passing the policy manual. I think that you've done a very good job of putting it together. I appreciate it. There has been a lot of desire on my part for the whole time I've been on the board to get an updated policy manual. So I'm excited that we're finally at a place where we can get staff a current policy manual. But I am going to vote against it. I feel very strongly that it is the board's responsibility to set the compensation philosophy for the organization. I'm disappointed that the board did not accept that edit. I do believe until that edit is, until we get serious about what that compensation philosophy would be, we're not doing our job as board members. And I also believe that the DC market is not what we used in the compensation study that we just did less than 18 months ago. And so I feel like we are at a point where we now don't have a pay structure. If we pass this, we don't have a pay structure that aligns with the policy that we're putting into place. And I believe that that is doing an injustice to all the staff and also the management that has to abide by the policies. Thank you.
All in favor? Six in favor, against, two against. All right.
Who wants to do the executive session cleansing motion? We're going to executive session.
Who wants to
Oh, we're
take
going
us-
into, sorry.
Yes.
I was trying to get us.
No, it's effective.
Guys, we're past the issue now. Thank you very much.
Me too. My computer is.
Are we at recess or?
No, we are looking for executive session motion.
Move to convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel and discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Second. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, thank you for sticking around. If you have, we have a motion to take after executive session.
Am I doing time first?
Yes,
Or
please.
cleansing first?
We're doing time first.
Okay. Move to extend the meeting to end at 12 a.m. November 14th.
Is there a second? Motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
That one had to hurt you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Aye.
Welcome back, Director Molnix. Thank you.
Mr. President, move to accept the assignment of easement for the pathway near parcel A of Vantage Hills as presented in executive session and direct the CEO to arrange for the mutual execution of the document and its recordation in the Fairfax County Land Records.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Travis, real quick.
I'm sorry?
I just need to disclose that professionally work with Craftmark Homes before voting.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So I think it was unanimous and otherwise. Director Lanza, were you voting aye?
Aye.
Thank you. So it was a unanimous vote.
Mr. President, move to instruct the CEO to execute the deed of quitclaim and vacation as presented in executive session.
Is there a motion made and seconded? All in favor?
Does he need to make this?
Aye.
Yeah, Director Lanza, I think you need to make the same disclosure.
I'd like to disclose that I professionally work with Craftmark Homes.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. President?
I'm voting against that, so you can call it 8-1.
Oh, thank you very much. 8-1.
Doing the.
I was doing voluntary. You got
You
something
got
else?
it? I got it, if you don't.
Move to approve Ramon Pardo for the position of lay member to the Design Review Board.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is it unanimous?
Move to approve Mary Shedlock for the position of board member to the Friends of Reston.
All in favor?
Second.
Oh, second, sorry. Just assumed. Oh, made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Unanimous?
Mr. President, I move to adopt the December 11th draft agenda.
I'm sorry, we have one more. executive
Oh, I'm
session
sorry.
motion. Thank you.
Move that President Johnson and Vice President Santa take the actions, personnel actions as discussed in the executive session.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
I don't know what I'm voting on.
All right.
You need to go
So
back.
there's the vote. Oh, there's the vote.
You want
1,
to do a
2,
discussion?
3.
You can't.
Director Molnix, Director Lanza?
Against.
But we're doing the vote?
Yes.
I feel I must abstain because I was not able to hear the entirety of the language of the motion discussed in executive session.
It was second.
Okay, no, that's the vote. That was the vote that was just made.
How did everyone vote?
Okay, let's do it again. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. 3 in favor, 4 in favor. Against?
Against.
1, 2.
I'll abstain. I don't know what I'm voting on.
1, 2, 3 against, and abstaining.
We go nowhere.
Abstain.
2 abstentions.
Motion fails?
Yep. Yep, motion failed. All right.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move to adopt the agenda for the December 11th meeting of the Board of Directors with the following, as published in our materials, with the following amendments. Drop item L, and I think we disposed of that tonight. After the CEO update, we're going to need a motion regarding the insurance broker. The Finance Committee will be sending us along that motion. They had a vote last night. And then after the common area request for Lake Swim, let's add in RELAC, because we need to follow up from the vote we had tonight. And with those changes, I would ask for unanimous consent to adopt the draft agenda.
Any objection?
Second?
No, I'm asking unanimous
He's
consent.
asking unanimous consent. And I see no objection. So we're good to go. That means we are ready to adjourn. Thank you very much.